Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. No, that's not what I want. That's the one I want. Hello, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. I am going to be here for the next few hours, and along with Coda, for an hour or so. I don't know how long you're going to stick around, but anyway.
For a minute, I'll stick around until I'm like,
I can't do it anymore. So we're going to hang out for a bit. We're going to try and get some reading done. I'm going to do some reading and stitching. I have set myself up, so I'm going to get that all sorted. And yeah, when it's finished, I'll take some footage and you'll get to see that back because we were just talking about it over on Dedi's channel and all the things. So yeah, what are you reading, Coda?
I am reading Beyond the Bounds of Infinity, and I'm almost done with the first story, which is different. I'm not hating it. Like it's at least interesting enough that I want to know what the hell's going on, but I have no idea what the hell's going on.
To be fair, I read that and went, "What the fuck was that?" I don't understand. Am I that inept that I don't understand what I'm reading now? Like,
I'm trying to figure out if he's an inanimate object or a human being right now.
I couldn't figure it out. I still don't know. So yeah,
they're gonna want to let me know because I'm gonna review it.
I have done my review for it. I only have 2 stories left, which I'll probably listen to in the next sprint, ready to go into my next one. But I've already reviewed it because it's because I've actually filmed everything that I've touched this weekend. So, and at this point, I am about to move on to my 11th one. I think I've got like 10 minutes left of this particular one, and yeah, so I haven't had a great time with it. But in saying that, I don't get along usually with anthologies anyway. So, but I wanted to try it because it's out of my wheelhouse. Because normally I don't read anthologies for different like. Okay, why is that in the background? Remove that. I don't know why that's there.
Girlfriend did a stage change.
Quick costume change. So yeah, I don't really get along with them, and it's been the same in this instance. And some of the stories, I will just say that I'm actually excited to go and see about these authors because I feel like if they had more time on the page, we would have got something phenomenal from those authors. I just don't think they've got enough time on the page, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm the same way with anthologies, but you know what? Like, if you're going to put out an anthology, especially if it's a multi-author, and well, that's I guess what an anthology is. If it was one author, a collection, right, or something else. But yeah, when it's multiple authors, that's the risk you take as the editor and the publisher in putting it out there, at least for reviews, because it can't be judged. It can be judged as a whole, but it's like an average. You've got to take and there's hardly ever something, even if it's all from the same author, where every story is 4 or 5 stars.
Yeah. Really no, well, I gave it 3.5 stars. I think 3.75 maybe. But my thoughts behind it are valid. So yeah. And what are you reading, Didi?
All Eyes on. I was going to say All Eyes on Me. No, that's not
awesome.
It. No, it's called All I Have. All I Have. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I am going to be reading Cicada Springs, which is an arc that was due out in February. So it's a somewhat 6-month-old release. It is in the genres of women's fiction, which I hate that label, or general fiction and romance. So I've listened to the prologue yesterday because I wasn't sure if I wanted to read it. So I listened to the prologue, and there was some interesting facts about cicadas. So yeah, I'm like, okay, I don't know where it's going. We're from here, but all right. Okay, thanks for the update on how cicadas work and live underground in their man cave for 17 years before they come out. All this sort of stuff. And I'm like, I did not know that. Thank you for the information. So if nothing else, I learned about cicadas in the prologue. So that's all that matters, right? I've learned something. Well, it is Cicada Springs, so yeah. All right, let's have a look and see who is joining us today. Vanessa said hey and heading off to bed. Enjoy sleeping. Who's after me? Is Vanessa after me?
Laura.
Laura. Okay. So is Laura going to be going or coming on? Do you know? Does anybody know?
I think so. She just said she wasn't going to be able to be on tonight, so I assume she'll be on tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll keep an eye out and everything just in case she's running a bit late and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Don't forget to let us know in the comments what you're reading. If you're doing ARCs or if you're just generally reading, that's okay too. Hey Jess, how you going? In bed, waiting for painkillers to kick in. Give me half an hour and I'll be feeling awesome. We'll try to read some Catching Fire, or I'll just catch a nap. Catch a nap. That sounds like a good plan. Have a sleep for me because I didn't get much sleep last night.
Me either.
I think I'm doing well considering I've only had 3.5 hours sleep.
Hey, I think we got about the same amount of hours of sleep last night. That's cool.
So I think I'm doing okay. I'm still stringing sentences together, so that's a good thing, right? Perfect timing as I just finished meal planning for next week and doing my online grocery shop. Nice. What are we having for dinner next week, Monica? Do let us know what's on the menu so we can, work around. I'm actually thinking of, I think it's called sambal. That's what I'm making, chicken sambal for dinner tonight, which is where you get the lettuce leaves and you wrap the chicken mince with all the flavors and that soy sauce, mayonnaise, duvet, stuff the face.
I like that. That's one of the few ways I'll eat iceberg.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually using cos lettuce because it rolls better than iceberg.
What's that?
Cos lettuce.
Yeah.
How do you describe that? It's a lettuce, long leaf. I don't know how to describe it.
No, I was trying
to. Okay.
Yeah. So, have you had that before?
I think so.
Yeah, I usually use it for tacos. Like instead of having the shells, I'll have the do the taco mince and put the cheese and all the stuff in there. And because sometimes taco shells give me like really bad reflux for a couple of days. So rather than eat that, I'll have it with the lettuce and then I can stuff my face with taco stuff.
Did you say Coles, like COLES?
No, COS. Cos. It's usually used in Caesar salad.
Mm.
Oh, romaine.
Is that what you call romaine? No, we've got romaine. They're different.
Different,
no,
yeah.
The same. I'm on the Google. Paris Island, cause romaine. Cause romaine.
Oh.
Cause romaine.
Okay.
Aim. Cause.
Ready to sit.
It's short for Cosmo, yeah?
That I don't know. It's just always been cos lettuce, and it's used in Caesar salad. So,
yeah.
I was going to say romaine. I think it is part of the romaine family, but
romaine is what we put in Caesar.
Okay.
Salad. So if you Google cos lettuce, the top result is romaine.
Okay.
Pretty sure they're the same.
I will have a look.
Cos romaine.
Let me just have a look at the Googles.
And what's the other one? Don't tell me. Hold on. Capsicum, bell pepper.
Yeah. Is cos and romaine lettuce the same? Also known as romaine lettuce is hardy, nutritious lettuce. So it is the same. It's the same family. You get different types of romaine, but it is the same family. So there you go. We learned something new today. That is the gardening section session of the spring. Monica, I don't know how much reading you've done, so you may have to mute us at some stage, but we'll try. Neva, hello. How are you, darling? I hope you're feeling a little bit better and those pain meds are making you feel floaty and dreamy and sleepy. But you should be asleep, not on sprints. in the comments. You go to sleep. So, feel better. Thank you to Chris. Glad to hear you have some answers, Neva. I hope you feel better ASAP. I do too. Hello, Chris. How are you? Cheetah Maru, Jethan Jones, Sheena Patel, and the breakdancer from Australia. I haven't looked it up yet.
I haven't either, but it's just funny that someone else mentioned it. That's so cool.
Oh, dear me. Hello, Glenda. Long time no see. Everybody's saying hello. We're all friendly. Cool gamers in the house. Hello, Christina. Thank you for being here. I hope you're feeling better, to Neva. Everybody just saying hello. And we just burn through these because we're all a chatty bunch here. Hello, Jean. How are you? Not sure if I'm reading, but I'm definitely crocheting. Nice. You were missed on Thursday, most definitely. On that, but getting better is a lot better than being on screen and doing yourself a disservice by doing that. Hope you feel better soon. I did do a post in the Patreon about the book of the for Naughty and Nice Book Club and all the rest of it. At this point in time, Neva's health is much more important than any live streams, but we will definitely get to it and come back to it when Neva's feeling better. So they're just on pause for the moment. Hello, Jen. How are you? Thank you for joining. Everybody's saying hello. Hey, Vlog. How are you? This is
Memphis.
Memphis.
Right.
Maggie's profile picture has her name in it, so that's why I seen that. I'm like, I won't forget that.
Yeah, I remember that. My bad.
How are you, Memphis? Thank you for joining. I should have just looked at the comment underneath.
Yeah. Me too. Me first.
Hey, Jamie, how you going? Thank you for being here. I should have looked at several comments underneath. Be fine.
I'm like, I lose, dude. We just learned this. Fail.
Yeah, I was hoping to finish the Echoes. It's still good, but I got slammed with work paperwork. So hoping to get work finished in the first sprint. Awesome. Hey, Didi, I thought you were going to bed and you did a costume change.
Yeah, I am getting ready for bed, so I was getting hot. So.
Oh, and this is the first time that you've been on my channel too, Didi. So welcome to the channel. And if you haven't subscribed to DD, make sure that you go over and subscribe and click the all bells notification so you get all the notifications. Just click all the things. All the things that make you get all the things.
Yes.
So, yeah. Oh, hello, Nightbot. Nice of you to join.
Come on, Nightbot.
Remember to hydrate. Can you tell us some of the authors you want more of a taste of? Off the top of my head, no. I haven't got the book open at the moment, but I will endeavor to put that list underneath the video because I didn't even rattle them off in the video either. I did rattle off the stories, but I didn't rattle off the authors. I can only remember one thing of author and title. My brain is far too fried for that. I will do a list though, and I will put a link to the book so you can go and see what it's about and all that sort of stuff when the video goes out. Okay, and I'll give you a list. Show some love. I'm going to try to actually finish Thunder City. This sounded really interesting when Jamie was talking about it on Sprints earlier in the evening. It definitely went on the list for me to go and check out. By the end of the first sprint, I've done a little good concentrated reading so far this weekend. Very little, sorry. Words. It's going to get worse. You can read. We'll get to that point. You're all readers. Read the screen.
Reading, no. And my memory is broken.
Yeah. Memory's broken. Buffering. It's all happening over here. The whole gang's here. We are all here. Hello, Mia. How are you? Thank you for joining. And how are you today? Actually, I think I might listen to A Restaurant at the End of the Universe by Douglas Adams for Ping Pong. Ping-Pongathon. Awesome. I am hoping that by Wednesday midday, I will have the 2 books behind me, which are chunksters, these, and a couple other books read, so I can do a big drop of reading, because I feel like I'm letting the team down right now because I've only read 2 books. And I think I've only logged one of the books. So, yeah. Not being a great co-host, but I'm reading a lot of stuff, but not being a great co-host. Kelly is also here as well, ready to get some more pages in on Beartown. Hello, Melissa. Thank you for joining. How's your weekend going? Going to be reading Immortal Longings by Chloe Kong. Awesome. Sounds like it's going to be a good book. I love anything with immortal in it always floats my boat. So Every Breath by Nicholas Sparks is what Melissa is reading. It's Remain in the US. Okay. So a bit like Capsicum and Bell Pepper. Same thing. Same but different. We're doing tacos with lettuce wraps too this week. Awesome. We're also doing a chicken pasta bake. Nice. Oh, yeah, I haven't had a good pasta bake in a while. Might have to do that too. I have a very basic in my cooking. No, there's nothing. You know what? Basic cooking is sometimes the best cooking. When you start getting too flamboyant with your ingredients and all the rest of it, it can really lose it. But just good, wholesome, home-cooked meals with a little bit of this and a little bit of that are always a winner in my book.
I agree.
So there's nothing basic. I'd rather be a basic cook than, a shit flamboyant one.
Right.
Yeah, really. Because I've gone into restaurants and ordered some stuff, and I'm like, not sure what crack you were on when you were making this, but it tastes and you've paid like $50 for the meal.
$50. Why is it this big?
Yeah, like, where's the rest of my food? Bitch,
Did you get
I need to eat.
From?
I'm a volume eater, so you come out with something like this, I'm handing it back to you and go, where's the rest for my $50? So yeah.
Yeah, especially $50.
Yeah, and that's not even a stretch. Like, some places do charge that shit. The Great Lettuce Discussion of 2024. Let us
agree.
The more you know. I love these late night sprints. Reading Same Time Next Summer by Annabelle Monaghan, I think is how you pronounce that. Monaghan. I'm going to bed as I need to be ready for circuit training with Cami tomorrow afternoon at 12 to 12:45. Awesome. Have a great sleep, and we'll see you next time, Elena. I've been I know the name. I've been thoroughly entertained by the female breakdancer from Australia. I've got to go and check this shit out. This keeps coming up and I haven't seen it. So, yes, Jean, you're right. Good night to Elena. Get well soon, Neva. All the memes of her are entertaining. Hope she's not seeing them and being discouraged, though. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you putting Diddy's channel in there. Is it the one that has 90 plus subscribers on it? Yep. Okay, cool. Because, I was monumentally confused with I'm like, what if I subscribe to this channel? What is going on? So, yeah, anyway.
Not the Cynthia doll. The one with the real person.
Yeah.
The one with a real person in the profile pic. The Cynthia doll is not. It is me, but
that's your play channel, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's saying hello. Don't you have different names for zucchinis? We call them zucchinis, but I think in England you call them courgettes.
Courgettes.
Yeah.
Courgettes. Yeah.
Yeah. And
sounds wrong.
An eggplant is a aubergine.
Aubergine, yeah.
Yeah.
Aubergine. That's
mm-hmm.
That's cool.
It's also a color as well. My walls are
I knew it was
aubergine.
a color, but I didn't.
Yeah, I walked in and I'm like, oh, it's aubergine to the girls, and they looked at me and went, "What, eggplant?" I'm like, yes, that's exactly what it is. And they're like, "Oh, mum."
It's the same as eggplant, but I knew aubergine was the color. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know that it was an eggplant?
I didn't. No, I just have eggplant.
And you can get different types of aubergines as well. I like to get the pie aubergines, so they're small round ones, and they have like stripes and white stripe, like purple and white stripes on them. And you cut them in half, and basically you just get a nice garlic butter and put it over, and it's so nice. And then you can bake them in the oven, and they crisp up really nicely as well. So yeah.
I also get those. They call them lavender something lavender eggplant. And then there's the long skinny ones, and then there's the purple ones, and you can get pure white ones. And apparently pure white ones are the original.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
And that's why they're called eggplant.
That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, I was like, I wondered. But
I always wondered why they were called eggplants. Like, they look nothing like an eggplant for one, like an egg for one, and they're longer than an egg. And I'd be curious to know what the fuck is wrong with that chicken if it was laying an egg like that. Like, what happened to you?
The white ones, they look like eggs before they get oblong. Because
like
the first couple weeks,
they look like almost look like a teardrop. Yeah.
And if they don't have enough room for a root system, like my potted ones, for example, they sometimes will grow smaller too.
I don't mind them when they're smaller anyway, because you can just throw them in stir fries and stuff and bulk it out.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. Sometimes I have people over though who are sensitive to like nightshade though. And then with the smaller ones, there is no cleaning the seeds out. They go all the way to the skin. Like there's no core. The whole thing is the core.
Jean says lettuce wraps are usually done with butter lettuce. I do them with butter lettuce as well, but butter lettuce here is more in spring than in winter. We don't get a whole lot of variety until probably next month, and then all the because it's starting to warm up here. So northern Queensland and places like that where the growing season's already started, I'm already warming up because my my heritage rose out the front is already starting to bloom, and that. So we're definitely kicking up now into spring, and before we know it, it'll be as hot as the fucking sun. So or hell, the gates of hell, perhaps. So yeah. I get very overwhelmed very quick with elaborate recipes. Just give me homemade, wholesome comfort food any day. Yep. And that's the best sort. Like, I like minimal stuff in I don't mind an elaborate one every now and again, but for the most part, 3 or 4 ingredients, that's it. I'm a very much just grab what's in the fridge, throw it in a pan, fry it up, add some rice, good to go.
That works.
Yeah, bit of sauce, done. Coda's channel, for those that are new to this channel, thank you, Chris, appreciate it. One of my friends named her daughter Aubergine. It was in the early 2000s. Well, you know, that was sort of on trend. I mean, Gwyneth Paltrow, was it, that named her kid Apple? Yeah, so that was on trend for vegetable named children. I feel sorry for those children. Sorry, not
New Kids on the Block.
Oh, in my head. Okay. Thank you. I'm like, that was my brain buffering. Hello, Heather. How are you? Sorry, I clicked off that pretty quickly. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Eggplant is a nightshade too. Yes, it is. There have been so many white eggplants at my local farmers market recently. Eggplant season. Yep. I was surprised because I thought they were only white before they turned purple. Well, apparently not.
Yeah, the white with purple stripes, like Nicole was talking about. Purple, oblong purple. There's probably a few more.
Yeah, there's a lot, and there'll be a lot of heritage ones that we don't even see.
It's like, think about how many different kinds of tomatoes there are. There's got to be like 40 or 52 different breeds of tomatoes, at least.
I walked into the nursery last year and I'm like, I just want a regular Tiny Tim. That's all I want. A regular Tiny Tim. I had every other bloody brand of tomato except for Tiny Tims. I'm like, I give up. I couldn't find them anywhere.
By their names, I'm like two like one big one medium, and cherry tomatoes.
Well, see, I like the little cherry tomatoes or pearl tomatoes or whatever you want to call them. I like the little cherry tomatoes because I use them with pasta in summer. So I just chop them in half, chuck in a bit of basil, a bit of garlic, a bit of butter, a bit of olive oil, give it a light fry, chuck in some onion, fry that off a little bit, and maybe some capsicum if I've got some, chuck that in as well. And then I just get spaghetti pasta and put that through with a little bit more olive oil, Parmesan cheese, and call it done. It's so summery and fresh.
I have cherry-sized tomatoes and pearl tomatoes, but pearl tomatoes are like this big.
Yeah, they're teeny tiny.
And then
I want to get some of those, but they call them grape here. Is that what we worked out?
No, I forget, but I'll look it up again.
Mm.
We talked about tomatoes the other day online. And then Coda sent me some photos of his.
Ethereal Fantasy. This is the first time I've ever seen a relay type live stream, and it's such a great fun concept. We do them all the time. We especially for Neva's 24-hour sprints. That's where we have 6 channels, and we do 4 hours on each of the channels over a 24-hour period. This is over a 48-hour period, so it's been a lot of fun. Tiring for the host, so make sure that you subscribe and like and do all the things, because it is tiring, and will be a little bit come the start of the work week. It's fun while it's happening. I love it because I don't sleep very much these days, so the tomato chap again. Yeah, we do get some repetitive stuff happening too. We often talk about garden stuff here because both Coda and I are big gardeners. So yeah, have you found them yet? You're looking like you're hurting.
I'm trying to figure it out, but now I can only find pearl tomato. Like it's just like pearl tomato. I'm not seeing like a second name for them.
You have to. I think you might have to put what it's called in Australia.
Garden pearl. Garden pearl. Red pearl.
Currant. They're called currant. Red currant. Because I went to Happy Valley Seeds. I call them red currant here.
Yeah, that's them. Them's the ones.
Sorry, Lily.
Hard to tell though, because there's no way to scale them. They actually, that might be them. That's the closest thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They look a little bit bigger in her hand than.
Well, they're on just a small spoon there.
Oh, I didn't realize you were sharing over here too. I was like, on Google. Let me go.
Look at the stream.
The stream.
So yeah, they're small. Where do you go? You're gone. Okay, bye. All right, let me get this back. Remove that one. Now I've lost. Where's that? Share that instead. All right, I just changed everything up. So, all right. Let's keep going. Rachel is also here as well. Hello. The purple cherry. Yeah, that's what I was sharing before. Yeah, they're called red currant ones here.
They're fantastic in cottage cheese.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Grape tomatoes are oblong, pearls around. Yeah. So they're little currants. So it makes sense why they would be called that here. I've never seen pearl tomatoes before. Now you have. I used to hate tomatoes, but since moving to Japan, I really have come to love them. All I can say is the tomatoes in Chicago were not. That's fair enough. And Neva's 24-hour sprints usually happens once a month. Yeah, towards the end of the month it usually happens. And you'll get to see me, sometimes Coda. Have you done? How many have you done now, Coda?
I think I've done it at least 3 times.
I missed my first one for the first time in a year last month. So
I haven't signed up for this next month.
I don't think she's put it up. She's just been really unwell. So a nice summer pasta salad sounds like a good idea. Very nice. Neva's channel is there. So if you haven't subscribed to Neva, be sure to head over and subscribe. Pearl tomatoes sound so cute. They look cute too. Like it's almost like you don't want to, like little jewels for your plate. Do you have currants too, though? They would be confusing. Well, yes, we do have currants, but they're not called tomato currants, so I guess it wouldn't be.
They look a little different too. They look a little bit like a salmon egg.
Hey there, Rachel. All right, we are going to go to our first sprint. Now, are you going to hang around, DD, for a sprint, or are you going to go head off to bed? You're going to head off to bed?
Cool. But I'm going to keep you up. So I'll probably... I might be in the chat, but I won't be on screen.
That's fair. That's fair. You've been gone for a while now and all the rest of it. But thank you for popping over. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. And we'll be doing this again soon. So, yeah. Lots of things happening. All right. Do you have anything you want to plug before you head off?
I will be doing, so someone asked, I can't remember who it was, about regular sprints. So yes, I will be regularly sprinting on Wednesdays, 4 p.m. BST to 9 p.m. So 5 hours. Every second Wednesday, it'll be 4 hours because I have a meeting at 8 o'clock my time. And then hopefully maybe from next month, I might be doing videos if I can get my act together. So yes, so but sprinting for now. So you'll see me on Wednesday. So yeah, you'll see me tomorrow or later on today, somewhere on somebody's sprints. But yeah, just me. Be next week Wednesday.
Now the big question that we all want to know: are they scheduled yet? Because if they're scheduled, then they can go onto the spreadsheet. So if you haven't yet scheduled them.
For the rest of the month, yeah. All the ones for the rest of this month are all scheduled, and the live journal with me is scheduled. The only one that's not scheduled, but I've started, is the book association one. I just have to figure out what day that would be. So, but yeah.
Just let Christina know, and she'll pop it on the spreadsheet, or Coda, or Vanessa. I don't know how many of you are on that spreadsheet now, so. Katie, you're muted.
I forgot. Yeah, Katie, and you got us all.
Cool. Look at me go remembering names. All right. And on that note, have a good sleep. We'll see you in the comments, and of course, we'll see you on here again soon. Bye. Oh, no, that's not where I wanted to go. Yes, it is. There you go. There we go. Alrighty, we're going to do an hour sprint. So get out your books, get out your journals, get out whatever you're doing, the TV remote, grab a cat, grab a dog, do whatever, and we'll see you all. Yeah, do some juggling, whatever you want to do, whatever floats your boat, and we'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, we are back.
Hello.
How'd you go?
I finished that first story. I'm pretty sure the POV is the radio station.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought, but I still wasn't sure.
I mean, honestly, like it was very well. It was well written. It was literary, and I was interested in finding out, but it didn't really reveal. It just didn't. I don't know. It wouldn't have been my pick for the first story in a collection. It's kind of off-putting.
Yeah, Fractured. I would have, if I was putting that book together, I probably would have put that story somewhere in the middle, and put like fractured reflections, maybe even effigies at the beginning.
I don't know. I've only read the one, but I'm just like, oh man, hope the rest of the book is different.
I think it's the third and the fourth, I don't know. Anyway, I know the third story. It's called Fractured Reflections is the third story, and it's on OCD. And yeah, I actually really enjoyed that story.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah. It's too bad. Like, it's not that it was a horrible story. It
was a great story.
Artsy and not what I was expecting. And
yeah,
I hope the whole book isn't like that. That's all I have to say.
It's not. It's not. It's different, but it's not. It's not the same.
I would be interested in reading that first author in a longer story. I like the language and the visuals, and is really interesting getting that literary perspective from what I'm assuming is a BIPOC author. So, I mean, just from the synopsis of the book, not just making a random assumption. Guys, don't come at me.
No, well, they're either the authors are either LGBTQI plus or BIPOC or have some sort of disability, and basically are most commonly overlooked, and that's how the books come about.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it was interesting getting a literary. You don't get a lot of that, except for like from classics, you know. So I like that aspect. I guess I was like, I don't care.
So for me, like it sort of reminiscent, like that. I feel like the whole book is sort of reminiscent of classic.
Okay.
Yeah, like it sort of is and it sort of isn't. Like it is the whole book is very literary, to be honest, and if that's not what floats your boat, then it's not going to float your boat at all. But like any
literary, it's just not what I expected, and that I don't know, at least in the first.
Like once you get to like the sixth and
plot or something, and it felt very much like a second forward.
Yeah.
But from a radio station's point of view.
Yeah.
And then I got done with it, and I was like, okay, it was the radio station talking the whole time. What did he talk about?
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure. Like I got to the end, I'm like, oh, was it? And then I'm like, I don't really.
Yeah, but nothing.
I don't care. So from, like, let's say the editor of this book is watching, that it was probably the wrong story to start with. Had you started with maybe Effigies, or even started with like my two favorite is Effigies and the OCD one is probably my favorite out of the whole book.
It does make me wonder because he picked 19 out of 350 submissions. It does make me wonder what the other, 300 and what is that, 31?
Yeah, like it must have been a lot of crap to sort through if that's what you've put in.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I knew it was going to be cosmic horror, which I guess I should have known would be literary because it's, you know, Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the next few stories go. I'm probably not going to read any more tonight. I didn't start the second story because I was like, oh, I don't want to have to be in the middle of it. Because if the next one's a literary and it's a short story, I hate having to stop in the middle. You know, like it's.
Yeah, I don't like stopping in the middle of short stories either because you lose the momentum.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Exactly.
So the book that I'm listening, the book that I'm listening to right now is called Cicada Springs, and basically it is a middle-aged coming of age story. Basically, you know, single mom, daughter's gone off the empty nester, all that sort of stuff. She's met her husband, and her husband seems really dodgy. Now, this is a romance. It's got it's giving me the vibes of like Virgin River and Sullivan's Crossing, sort of, you know, small town vibe. You know, new start, just wanting to get away from it all and all that sort of stuff. So she's got a new job and all that sort of stuff. But I don't know. Her husband is older than her. Like, it's a new husband that it was very insta-lovey. But I mean, it's a story. It's got 358 pages. It's going to be a little bit of insta-lovey, you know, like to get to the romance. So anyway, they've ended up getting married, and they haven't really been intimate and all the rest of it. He's 61. I think he has performance issues and all that sort of stuff. I think that's what they're about to touch on right now. But yeah, I don't know. He seems a little bit dodgy. He seems a little bit secretive, and a few red flags just came up, like she's at work and he's sending her a barrage of texts, and they just go from progressively, hey, give me a call, to the, oh, I guess you don't answer your phone, to the husband scenario. And it's like, oh, dude, fucking grow a pair and just back the fuck up.
It's okay to be feeling what you're feeling, but don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I have had this talk with my partner when he got all bent out of shape because I wasn't answering the phone. Yeah, you never answer your phone. I'm like, yeah, because I'm busy. Just like, you know, you're busy. I'm busy too. Just calm your farm. But that's what but yeah, I got cranky. So I'm guessing that this book is probably going to provoke some thoughts in me and some reactions if that's how. I'm like, just, you know, you, sir, go over there and just take a chill pill and shut the fuck up. Because that's what needs to happen with you. And I don't care how much that hurt your feelings. You just need to back the fuck up. I'm at work. I'm bringing money, and yeah, stop it. So yeah, that's where I'm at with the book.
Yeah, calm your shit.
Yeah. So I'm guessing by the end of this book, I'm going to be pretty pissed off with this husband, and I'll be screaming at it, go, fucking divorce him, kill him, do something, get away, run, do anything. So yeah, but I'm enjoying the story for the most part. So yeah.
Sounds like a drama. I mean,
it is.
A touch of realism there.
Yeah. Well, the teenage daughter who's at college had met him in the last chapter, and he was like, the main male character was spot on, that she's like giving him a hard time, doing the quintessential teenage thing. Yeah, there you go out with my mum, the jealous thing, I call it. And he turned around and goes, and says, like, actually says, I don't have to answer to a teenager, and walked off. And I'm like, nicely done. You know, because she was being a snoot, so it was nicely done. All right, I suppose I should stop sewing and actually look what's happening in the comments. Sorry, I forgot that I'm actually hosting right now.
We want to see the finished product.
I'm getting there. I've almost got one side on, so that's the bottom bit sewn on there.
Oh,
that's
awesome.
all closed in. I can show you a finished product, just not this one.
Oh, I like that pattern too.
That's this is my one, so this is full of stuff, and the zipper that I'm sewing right now become the handles.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so they don't stay floppy like that. They actually get sewn in and become the handles. And yeah, and it fits a ton of stuff. Like, this is chockers full of scissors and because you can put stuff between the like I've got extra pencil cases in there and all that sort of stuff. So
Cool.
And then I've got a really big one, which has got 6 pockets, and it's a little bit wider, 16 inches wide, and it ends up being about 24 inches when it lays flat. So this is 19 inches when it lays flat. And because that's how they, like when you open the zip up, that's how it'll lay. So you can sit it in front of you and all the rest of it. But these I use all the time. I also teach classes for them as well. So
should make a big old huge one for diamond painting.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I really like that material, you guys.
So this is the large one.
That's way bigger.
So this is the medium one. Let me just get them. So we have the large, then we have the medium, and then we have the small. So, yeah.
I like that print or pattern or
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very it's not normally my style, but I just love the fabric when I've seen it. And this one has a few extras. So it's got a larger pocket. It's got a needle book there, so you can put needles in there to store them. It's got 6 massive pockets. Has a ruler that sits underneath it. I'm like, oh, that's where that ruler went. And then in the front, we've got a pin cushion, and then another pouch, which has slip pockets behind it.
Awesome.
So yeah, this is like the deluxe version. And again, the handles become, the zipper becomes the handle. Yeah. And these are what I take away with me when I go. The large one is my quilting one. This is my cross stitch one. And this is my English paper piecing one. And this one isn't my pattern. Those two are my patterns that I've created. This is someone else's pattern. I've just added extra bits and pieces in it. So it's done a little bit different. It was what sort of started me on the journey for the big ones. Yes, and they all match because you've got to have matchy-matchy. But I want to make myself a witchy set, but I'm running out of the fabric. So
It's really good fabric.
Yeah, it is good fabric. You can never have too many bags, in my opinion. I make all sorts of bags. I make handbags. I make like little pouches and all sorts of stuff. So pencil cases. Like this is my annotating one. So it lays flat and it has all my markers and everything in it. Not that I annotate very often, but yeah, I make all sorts of ones. Savannah before goes, oh, I've been wanting to get a new wallet because her dad found a wallet in a car. I've been wanting to get one. And I just looked at it, I'm like, why didn't you ask me to make one? She goes, I forgot that you make bags. I'm like, how can you forget that I make bags? I've got a shit ton of bags through the house. She goes,
Bag here, bag there.
Yeah, bag everywhere. So yeah. So that's I do that, like I sell them to people. I don't necessarily have a ton of stock on hand. I do them made to order because as you can see, they're quite large and they take up a fair bit of room. So yeah. But it keeps me off the streets, as they say. All right, let me have a look. I did not star. Where are we? Here we go. You're staying for at least one sprint,
Yeah,
which you said yes to. Yep. Maria joined us. Hello, Maria. Good night to Didi, who's probably asleep by now. Staying until at least the next chatty bit. Awesome. Is food in the cookbook? Marinated shrimp and cheesy grits. Yum. Beer, smoke and cheese.
Mac and cheese. It's like mac and cheese, but
It's shrimp because it's shrimp and cheesy grits, so smoke and cheese.
Oh.
Sounds good though. Hello to Christina. Rally was also here as well. Hey Rally, how you going? I am enjoying all the arcs that I've done this weekend. I'm pretty proud of myself. I've really stuck to it. Normally I get sidetracked, but I haven't, so that's good. Hello, Paulina. How are you? Reading A Tongueless by Lao Yi Hua. Nice. There you go with it. Doing well. Doing well. Buzz me out. 0 physical reading. Been listening to Match by Sarah Adams instead. A romance between an epileptic girl and a newly single dad. Very cute and not spicy. Surprising. Loving it. Sometimes you just need those wholesome books.
Yeah.
No, like,
feel all gooey.
Yeah. They make you feel warm and fuzzy stuff. And sometimes you just don't need the smut. Hey, Jess, how you going? Thanks for joining. Sherry also joined us as well. How are you? What are you reading today? Let us know. What timer thingy are you using in the background? Pretty backdrop today. I am using the Life at website, and I have no idea which one that is. It was one that I saved, and I just really liked it. I'm getting inspiration. I'm feeling the vibe for my lounge room, I think. Yeah. I mean, minus the beams and the glass ceiling and the big ass window, but I'm liking the rest of the aesthetic of it. Because my lounge room's right in the middle of my house and there's no glass ceiling or big ass windows.
Right.
So, yeah. It's on the Life app. Halfway done with Beartown. It's hard to put down. Nice. I do have these on my Kindle to read, but I keep avoiding them because people say they make you cry.
He always makes me. Oh, I've only read Ove and Grandmother, but they don't make me cry in a bad way. It's not like A Little Life where I'm just like devastated and I need a hug. It's more
therapy.
Like, it's more like a. I mean, there's sometimes sad parts, but it makes me happy cry too.
Yeah,
we love that.
And we do sometimes cry at the happy. Well, I can't speak for you, Coda, but I do cry at the happy things when anything happens. Like my eyes start leaking.
Yeah,
but then sad stuff makes me cry too.
I'm actually more likely to cry at the happy shit.
I'm more likely to get angry at the sad shit than I am to cry. My go-to response is anger. I might have anger issues, but that's neither here nor there. I don't take it out on humanity. I take it out on my books, my fictional characters. So, everybody calm. I don't need to go to therapy for it. I've been dealing with it for 54 years, and I'm all good. I haven't killed anybody yet.
This is my therapy.
I haven't killed anybody yet, so this is a win.
Yeah.
And if you know your flaws, then you can work on it, right? Made it to 60% through Unnecessary Lies by Diane Chamberlain, flying through it. That is awesome. No one come at me for my logic.
Or at least know them.
At least know them. You may not be working on them, but at least know them. That's right.
You can, being the operative word.
It's not a must. It was quite funny on the cruise. We had a room, and the entitled people of the world thought that private function, don't enter, didn't wasn't directed towards them, so they just walked in and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, I've come down the ramp, and there was this teenage boy and his friends about to come in. And Leanne's walking down behind me, like a few paces behind me, and I was I gave the death stare, the rape, pillage, and plunder stare is what my best friend calls it. And basically this kid went to put his hand on the door, and I just looked at him, and he looked up. He must have got the vibe that someone was looking at him, and his hand has just gone like down beside him. And as that was all happening, Leanne comes down. She goes, "Oh, you've got your angry eyes on." I'm like, "Yes, I'm looking at a teenage boy that was about to come in." And she just started laughing. And then I turned around and looked at someone else, and she's just like, "I don't care," and walks in. And I'm like, "Oh my Lord, old people and I'm entitled to do whatever the flipping hell I want." On that cruise, we're just like, "Oh my goodness." And some of the ladies were getting quite pissy about it too. So, But, you know, you've got a sign, the door is closed, and you've got a sign, private function in session. Don't go in. Closed. Oh, no. Let's just open up the door and walk in.
What's going on?
Yeah, fully. I got to 67% of my book. Awesome, Paulina. Nice progress there. Didn't read anything yet. That's okay. That's all right. Hello to Paulina, Sherry, and Kelly. We finished 1.5 episodes of so far in Vampire Diaries. It worked on a diamond painting until Sun decided to take a turn, and then finished a row on a blanket. The most progress I've made almost all day. Well, there you go.
I would have stumbled on that one too, Nicole, just because the fact it has VD and DP in the same sentence.
I think I did well to not crack up because, like, I'm sorry about your venereal disease and the dick pics that you've been getting.
That's not the dick pics. That's the double penetration. That's how you get venereal disease.
That's easy. Fair. Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't go there.
That time.
I was stitching up. I was stitching up my bag. Nice. So was I. Stitching. It's bedtime for me. Thank you for the sprints, and I'll see you all next time. Thanks for joining, Kelly. Have a good sleep and enjoy your Sunday. A good night to Kelly and sleep well. Hi to Galinda. And hey to Christina. Oh my God, that is so cool. I'm going to be cross-stitching in a bit, but also started knitting a top for Halloween. Nice. That's a fun bag design. It is very. I've been using them for years. I've taught the large one and the medium one. I've taught as classes. I think the large one, I released that pattern in 2018, and I haven't. This is the one that I sell the most of, and I haven't released that to the public because it's my bread and butter. So, you know, if you want a bag, you have to buy it from me. So, but the big one is available, and you can buy the pattern for $10 over on my craft channel. It's absolutely massive. Make it bigger, Nicole. Oh, okay. Hang on a sec. Which one do you want to see? The ones that are already completed, or this one here? This one here you'll get a closer look at when I'm finished my vlog. So I'll bring these ones up. Sorry, Coda. I'm just going to make you disappear for a minute. All right, so this is the medium one. So they have a flat bottom, okay, and you can see the zipper goes into the tabs on the side and become the handle. Don't mind my junk that's sitting on it. And it opens up to the other side, and then it lays flat. So it'll sit flat on your table, okay? And you can see it's got the concertina sides. This is all the pockets are in there. And you've got a pin cushion. I also put all my needle minders and stuff like that. So I put the magnet on the inside of this pocket, and then I have needle minders usually along here. You can fit pencil cases in. You can fit floss underneath as well. And then you've got like quite deep pockets. So you can see there that they are quite deep. And, you know, you can fit all sorts of stuff, scissors, all that sort of stuff. But you can put like projects and everything. And the pockets aren't attached. So you can sit like your charts and everything. If you use it for cross stitch, you can sit your stuff underneath there. I've got friends that have these and use them for English paper piecing, the big ones. So this is the medium. And it's 11 inches wide by 19 inches, sorry, when it's laying flat, approximately, give or take half an inch. And then this one is 16 inches, I'm pretty sure, across. Just have a look. Yeah, 16 inches across. This is a big one. And again, it does the same thing. So it opens right up. And then it sits flat as well. So this one I use for patchwork. So in the back of this, I've got a flat pocket and a needle book. Let me just get it around there. A needle book. In the flat pocket, I generally put like bobbin cards, business cards, all that sort of stuff, because these generally, when I go to retreats and that, people ask for me to make them and all that sort of stuff. This one's got 6 pockets in it. And again, you can put stuff down in between the pockets, and then you've got so you've got like templates and stuff, and then again the pockets aren't attached, so you can put a quilting ruler under there, and then you've got this little fancy mesh pocket that you can put stuff in through the zipper, and then you've got a slip pocket in the back, and then you've got a pin cushion as well. This is the one that I use for like patchwork stuff because it fits my bigger scissors and all that sort of stuff in it. And then the little one is not my pattern. This one is a So Demented pattern is this one. I made this one a few years ago as well. So they're all quilted as well. It does the same thing, but it doesn't open up and sit flat. So it's a little bit different. It's got 3 pockets in it. And you can't sit anything underneath it, so it's fully attached, and it's a lot more difficult to make, this one, because of the way it's made, whereas the way I do it, it's a lot easier for beginners to get a decent bag and whatnot. So, and then you've got 3 pockets, which, you know, aren't very deep, but this one would be good for like a little pencil case or something like that. But I use it to hold needles and scissors and stuff for English paper piecing. So, which if you've been on my craft channel, you already know what that is. So yeah, so that is the show and tell portion of the sprints. And Coda is back. So yeah, my Fibre Arts heart is so happy right now. If you like all the sorts of crafts and everything, Heather, make sure you go over to Divinely Design Studio, because that is my craft channel, and I do all sorts of stuff over there. And we have crafty sprints every Thursday, Australian Eastern Standard Time at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we do some crafting sessions together. Yes, I do sell the bags. I will message you with the prices and everything if you want one. I've got lots of different project bags and stuff, so it's something for everybody. I'm probably going to end up falling asleep soon, but I'll have you on in the background. My eyes are drooping. That's fair. It's pretty late. So yeah, thank you for joining. Hey Brooklyn, just got home from Owen's soccer. He lost, but always have the best time watching. Nice. And everybody's saying hello to Brooklyn. Thank you for joining. Oh, there we go. Got an offer to review an arc that is described as an emotionally devastating look at sadness at the heart of families' deterioration. I think I'm going to pass for once. Chris, you're going to pass? Oh my God, this is right up your alley.
Dude, marketing was probably like, we can't get anybody to read this book. And they were like, call Chris. And she's going to say no. And that marketing guy is fired because he was like, call Chris. She'll want to read it.
Okay. Maybe the sign should have said private function, piss off. They got told to piss off. a lot of them did. One lady came in, like, fully argued the point with me, and I just looked at her. I went, sweetheart, I just come out of the function. I'm actually part of the function. No, you can't go in there. And once I sweethearted her, she's just like, she started backing away. Obviously, I had my angry eyes on again. So, sweetheart. Just know, if I ever sweetheart you in real life, it's time to back away. Or, really? That's nice.
Or Missy.
Yeah, Missy. Or them fighting words. If you get a Missy out of me, run. Even my girls go, oh, Mum said Missy. Time to leave. Listen here, Missy. And I don't say it while I'm laughing. If I'm laughing, I'd be really scared. Shit, Mum's lost the plot and she's missing me. I'm out. Tag, someone else is it. No reading, just crochet. So I was looking for some bag patterns on your channel, saw a bunch of different ones. Here's the link to anyone else that wants to look. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Glenda. I appreciate the compliment. Are the pockets zippered? Yes, they are. There are slip pockets between all the zippered pockets. So The medium one has 4. The bigger one has 6. So, like you can fit a ton in it. Thank you very much. I like the pockets. Thanks for the show and tell. No worries. I don't often do it, the show and tell. It's just that I'm working on something today. So headed over and subscribed. I really want to get into quilting sometime soon. So I'll be checking out your videos. If you're new to patchworking and quilting and all that sort of stuff, there is a series on there minus Z, but there is a block on there that you can do for Z, the A to Z quilt block challenge. That gives you some really good basic quilt blocks and the videos are, I've been told that everybody likes the videos because they're so in depth and they take you through step by step. And I've had complete beginners make quilts through using those quilt blocks and stuff like that. So yeah, there's lots of information over there, and even if I say so myself. So got to blow your own trumpet sometimes, right? But then again, I have a Christina to blow my trumpet as well. So thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. So this is our crafty sprints, and they work the same way as book sprints, except that we hyper focus on the crafts and I don't turn the camera off, so you get to see what I'm working on as well. So last week we did some crochet. Other people are doing all different things. We've had some spinners, we've had some diamond painters, we've had crochet people in there, knitters, and some bookish people come over as well and hang out as well. So that happens every Thursday. I'm always somewhere on the internet. I'm sure you'll find me. No. So what lollies are you eating tonight, Coda? No. Gummy bears. I'm eating honeycomb. Chocolate coated honeycomb. Yep.
That sounds good.
I'll be sending some over.
We don't have those, or I don't. I've never seen them.
They're good. I'm going to send you 2 sorts. So these are the bumblebee ones. I shouldn't have eaten that. So they are the bumblebee ones, and there's also the violet crumble ones. So I'm going to send you 2 bags so you can try they're my 2 favorites, so you can try them. And I found a new lolly just before the cruise. It's Lifesavers. I don't know if you have Lifesavers there. Fruit tingles, and they're in like a Jaffa ball, but they have fruit tingles. But they're by Daryl Lee, so I don't think you'll have them because Daryl Lee's Australian. I'm going to send a bag over anyway.
Well, yeah, it's Australian food shop.
So they're a ball about this big, like they're like a. Yeah. Do you have Jaffas?
I don't think so.
Red candy coated chocolate balls that taste like orange chocolate.
I've never had one.
You are getting like the stoner box from hell. Like, you are getting the best birthday present ever. You're going to have diabetes by the time I'm finished with you. What are friends for but to give you diabetes? Diabetes in a box. Shipped directly to your door.
I gotta have my candy, man.
Yeah, I'm going to be sending over a whole heap. It probably will get there a little bit late. It takes... I'm hoping to get it sent off on Tuesday, so it probably will take 2 to 3 weeks to get to you. I think was the last time I sent something to Colorado to Becky. So because I've got another friend in Colorado as well.
Oh.
So I think it took about 3 weeks. Are the pockets zippers? Yes, they are. A beautiful bag. I like pockets. Show and tell. Where was I up to? I lost. Here we go. I've already gone through all those. Such a great bag set. Thank you very much. That's nice. Okay. If you know, you know. I've never watched Mrs. Brown's Boys, so I don't know.
What's elocution?
Mrs. Brown's Boys, isn't it? I have to look it up. I haven't.
I guess if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I evidently don't know. Thank you very much. Craft sprints are fun, even if you're not into craft. Thank you. Are those crunchies, Nicole? No, these ones are honeycomb. They're not a crunchy, no. They're Bumblebee. These ones are Australian. Australian owned and made. They are gluten free. The traditional chocolate coated crunch, and they're milk chocolate with honeycomb, and they're by Bumblebees. Is the brand. I'm just trying to see where they're made. No address. Oh, here we go. Over here. In South Australia. They're made by Men's Confectionery. So MENZ Confectionery. Bumbles is a registered trademark of Rodin Men's Australia. So there you go. So flash crunchies. Yeah, pretty much. Crunchies, like with the crunchies, I'll probably send some of those as well because I don't think you got them in the United States either. So the crunchies have a honeycomb, but it's like it sort of melts on your tongue. It's got chocolate around it, and when you bite it, you'll notice the difference. So I'll send the 3 different sorts, and then that way you can check them out. I wasn't expecting to find sprints this late, so it's nice. Hey, yeah, I don't normally sprint this time, but we're doing ARC August, so we've got 48. There's 48 hours. Well, now 24 hours left, isn't there? Something like that. When do you finish up?
Hold on, I'll look. I finish up at 8 a.m. your time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, cool. I won't put that in. Oh, no, they aren't. Never mind. I was just going to add the next crafting sprint to Christina beat me. Hello to Atia. The current arc I'm focusing on is This Ravenous Fate by Hayley Dennings, which is already out, but alas, yeah, I'm reading one that came out in February, so it's all good. You're in good company. Those are the good gummy bears. We don't have them here. I have a big bag of mini Albanese gummy bears.
That's what I was looking at as I was trying to see if I could tell if there's any preservatives, and I guess I could send you a bag. They're so good. And I don't see that there's any that I recognize. I don't see anything. Corn syrup, regular corn syrup, not high fructose. Sugar, water, gelatin, citric acid, natural and artificial flavors, pectin, vegetable oil, but coconut and canola based, and carnauba leaf wax to prevent sticking. And then there's some colors. So if you're bothered by yellow
colors generally don't bother me. The only one that usually bothers people is the red one, but colors don't bother me.
This one has red, but it's red 40.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, they're so soft and chewy and squishy, and there's a pink grapefruit flavored one that is my favorite.
Are we hydrating? Yes, I am. I found my water. It was on my bookshelf. Not where you want to put a glass of water, but anyway, it's got a cap on it, so it's all good. One moment, please. I just had a thing come up and now it's disappeared. Everybody's chatty today. Okay.
Chewing.
Thanks, Jess. I'll watch that in a second. I'll watch that in a second. Sorry. An arc is an arc. That is very true. That still has to be reviewed and all the things, even if it is late. Hey, party people. I'm very wine drunk, so this shall be fun. That's okay. I'm off for the next full week because of Japanese summer holidays, and I'm definitely going to be joining this Thursday. What craft to do? I know it's a hard choice. I stand out here the day before going, I don't know what I want to work on, and then so I just pull out a couple of different things, and a lot of stuff that I've been doing has been like English paper piecing and stuff like that. So, but yeah, we usually go for 4 or 5 hours. Just depends on the day. Whether I get a phone call saying, hey, I have to pick someone up off the side of the street, or you need to do this for me, or something like that. So, because Thursdays are generally my days off. So my partner will ring me and go, hey, you need to do this, that, or the other. So, yeah. Yay for wine drunkenness. That's it, hey. We have chocolate bars with orange flavouring that are shaped like oranges that come in apart in wedges. Yeah, we have them here as well. That we've got those ones. Our lifesavers are very different candy discs. Yeah, no, ours aren't like that. With holes in the middle like a donut. Yes, we do have those ones. But do you have fruit tingles? Because I don't think you guys have fruit tingles.
I looked it up, and every link that there was available was an Australian link.
Yeah. That's great that you're taking the next week off, Heather. I'll send it to you. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. That was what Jess just sent me, so I'll send it to you, Coda. About the Mrs. Brown's Boys.
Okay.
Yeah, it's unpaid though, so I'm upset about not making any moolah. But hey, you still get a nice time off. Just sent that. That's nice on Insta. Oh, okay, cool. So Coda will be finishing up an arc sprints at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then back to dual sprints with Nicole at 7 p.m. Eastern. Oh, that's right. You're just hanging out with me and then having a nap and then coming back and hanging out with me again. Oh, doing yours and yeah.
But tomorrow night I'll be reading Green Rider 3 because I started it yesterday.
I've got to move these away from you.
I can't stop either. I probably eat like 5 handfuls, and I have to count.
Well, I opened this packet during the sprints and I have 2 left.
How many was in there?
I think you get about 10 pieces.
Oh, those are gonna last long. I love candy. All the candy. I even like licorice, except for red licorice. I don't like red licorice. That's not licorice.
I love licorice too, and I agree with the red licorice. But Aldi has like they call it licorice, but it's not licorice. All right, so they have a raspberry one and a green apple one, and oh my god, they are so good.
I like some of the flavored ones that we have over here that are like fruit flavored.
That is a problem that happens with the honeycomb. They can spontaneously combust. And then you get pieces of honeycomb. All right, we've got to the end of the comments. Are you hanging around or are you going to bed?
I'm probably going to go to bed. Yeah, I was up really late last night and I want to not be too late on sprints in the morning. So
that's fair.
If I'm up early enough, I'll hop back on Laura's. Because it's before Vanessa's. But that's still really early for me. So I should at least make Vanessa's.
Yeah.
This will be the latest that I arrive tomorrow.
I don't think I'm going to make Vanessa's.
Yeah, mine doesn't start till 3 a.m. your time.
Yeah, I definitely won't be making yours. I'm sorry, but
it's fine.
But if I get up early enough, I can get into the last bit of it, and then we can just come over to mine.
Oh yeah, because you're
half an hour after you finish, so I'll just start early.
Oh yeah, an hour before.
Or you can go later and then just go straight over to mine.
Something.
I'll fill you in later. It's too late for you anyway.
I pass out with gummy bears in my nose.
The reason I'm eating my chocolate now, because I know if I eat it later tonight, I'll probably end up with heartburn because I had pizza last night and Coca-Cola and a bag of these, because I asked Savannah only to get me one bag. So what does she do? Come home with two. I swear the girl's trying to give me diabetes. But I think these were going out of date. Oh yeah, these are like out of date, so they have a best before date on them. These went out of date in June, and so she got them cheap. And then there was the last bag there, and the guy gave it to her for free, so that's why she come home with two. So yeah.
Well,
everybody is saying good night. These prints will go for another hour and a half before Laura comes on. Obviously, I'll keep going until Laura's ready, but the next one we go to is Laura's. So I haven't. Has Laura checked into any of the things? I haven't been on my phone to check. So
I haven't looked, but it's what time is it though? 7. That's only like 7:30 there, I think, in the morning.
Yeah, something like that. I think it's at 8 o'clock she starts. I think I'm finishing up at 5 o'clock, and that's when she started yesterday. So
she's starting at 6 p.m. your time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm actually going for another 2.5 hours.
Right.
Okay.
According to the
spreadsheet.
Le spreadsheet. Yes.
Le spreadsheet.
Yes, 2.5 more hours.
Okay, cool. So there you go. We've still got some time to get some reading in.
It's just what isn't going to stop.
Yep.
Unless I actually end at 4, but then it would only be for an hour because then we'll be back on the Nicole's channel.
So you may as well just keep going right up until I start.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're me, because I need to go to bed.
Because there's no one after you, is there?
Mm-mm. No,
you're the last one sprinting for the 48 hours. Cool. Cool. So here is yeah, I am going for 5 because Laura started early yesterday and was starting an hour later today, and that for her. So just to have a bit of a sleep in and all that sort of stuff, because Laura normally doesn't do early morning sprints. And Laura will be hanging around with Coda and Vanessa because she wants to close them out and all the rest of it. Because originally August is Laura's idea, and she approached Vanessa and I, and then Coda and Dee Dee. And then during the course of it, I said, well, do you all want to do NetGalley November? Because I was doing a month-long one, which I had been planning for a while, as most of you who are regulars here know that. So, and I believe Neva will be joining us, and I'm trying to get a few other people, but there's a couple of really big readathons happening and whatnot. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just a brain fart then. Get a Clue is in November. And I think there's a couple of big ones in October as well. There was something else that happened. Oh, Nonfiction November as well is also quite a big readathon that happens. It's more of a self-governed one, but yeah, so there's a couple of big ones that happen in November, but we're hoping that a lot of you can come and play. So Laura's is at 4 a.m. Eastern, and then Vanessa's is at 9 a.m. Eastern, if that helps anybody. Here is the playlist for all the sprints that are happening. So essentially what's going to be happening is the ARC August is going to continue on until 7 p.m. Eastern, and then you'll come over for the seriously serious book club group read. The one that Coda and I do, and Jess will be joining us then. So, yeah, so it'll be all happening. And Coda's starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. So, yeah.
All right. and goes until I was actually looking at the spreadsheet, and the last block is from 4 to 5. So I do. I think I do go until you go on. So
yeah, there you go.
All
right. So you're going to go off to sleep
Man.
and put the gummy bears away before you put yourself into a diabetic coma. Eat all the things. I noticed none fell then, so there's none left.
Dude, they're so good. I'm gonna check the ingredients on my favorite sweet tarts too, and as long as there's nothing weird on the ingredients, I'm gonna send you some of those too. They're my favorite.
Cool, awesome. I can't wait to get our candy exchange box. My doctor will be going, "What the fuck are you doing?" But I don't care. It's my birthday, and I'll eat candy if I want to.
We're doing Virgo country candy swap. Times fast, and then say seriously serious.
Still can't get my mouth around it. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake.
I have to think about it really hard, to be honest with you. Like every time I say it, I have to think really hard about it. I have to see it spelled on paper in my mind.
Exactly the same thing. It's like, and you can probably see it hurting my brain. Christina's going off to bed too. Thank you for hosting today. Good night, Dakota. And we'll leave you up though, and maybe back. Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody that has been leaving me up in the last week for sprints and everything, because you have managed to boost my view time up and everything as well. So that's been very exciting. I looked at it the other day, and I've got this little app extension on my Chrome, and it tells me what my watch hours and minutes are and all the rest of it. My views and my minutes were up like 1,000%.
That's awesome.
So thank you everybody for doing leaving me up and all that sort of stuff. I really do appreciate it. So yeah. And with that, Coda's going to go to bed.
I am, but I'm going to leave you up too. I'm just going to leave you out here in the living room.
That's fine. That is absolutely fine. All right, we're going to do an hour sprint. Then we'll be back for some chatty bits. I hope that you all get lots of reading done, and I'll see you soon. And thanks for joining, Coda. I'll see you in a little while.
Let's have a good rest of the night, and I'll see you in your morning.
Yep. No worries. Take it easy. Sleep well, my friend. Bye. Bye. All right. We'll see you soon. Oh, hello. We are back. Well, I'm back. How did everybody go during that sprint? Hopefully you got a lot of reading done. I got the binding done on this. So that is the front of the bag. So we've got that witch in the center. A very spooky looking season. And it's fully quilted as well. So now all I have to do is, you can see the zip goes into these little tabs down here, which create the handles. So all I've got to do now is just stitch that across with the sewing machine. So I'll do that first thing in the morning because it's not set up right now. But that is ready to go out to the customer, and hopefully they'll enjoy it. It's a little bit late. It should have went out last week, but anyway. Yeah, it's one of my favorite bags to make these. They look really complicated, but they're pretty easy to put together. And, well, for me, because I've taught probably about 100 people to make them, and not to mention the big one, which is a video over on my craft channel. And I've probably made as many of those as like, I know one of my friends has 4 or 5 of them. A couple of other friends have got 2 and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, but they're a great little bag to put together, and I enjoy making them. Like, I don't like making them like on a daily basis, but at least once or twice a month. They're just a nice little change. You can do them over a course of a couple of days, and yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the binding. It's the first time I've done a black binding on these. Normally I do a grey binding, the same as the lining, but the customer asked for a black lining, black binding on this one with the grey lining, and I think it turned out really well. So I'll end up adding that into the repertoire in the future, and giving people those options. So yeah, it sits really nicely too. So I just put, like, if you sit it down, it sits really nicely. And I just love that the handles and the zipper are one. And I don't do the double zip either, because I've had more problems than not with the double zip, so I don't do them anymore. And the zippers that I've got are new zippers that I have for my bags, and they're so nice to work with. They're wider, they slide really well, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. That is what I've done. The side looks really good, so you've got a little witch in there. Sometimes you can't always get a witch, but you can get some of the pattern and whatnot. So we've got a little bird down there and some of the tree. But I like to at least get one of the witches centered in the front of the bag. So yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the center. It doesn't always get centered, depends on the fabric, and I don't, because I can't get this fabric anymore, so I don't want to waste it by fussy cutting it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I still have some left, but yeah, it's done. I'm going to miss it when it goes. I can't get it anymore, so I had a couple of bolts of it, so I've made quite a number of these bags. Jess is headed off to dinner because it's that time of day in New Zealand, and Jess will be joining Coda and I on sprints for the Seriously Serious book club group read. I'm not sure what we're calling it, but it's something. Heather got 7% more into the book and done quite a bit of stitching. Nice. I got a chapter done. I'm going to head to bed, but leaving you up on the TV. I had a nap earlier, but I accidentally nodded off during the sprint. That's fair enough. It is getting late for you, and that's understandable. But Jessica, enjoy your dinner. It's called stippling. It's done on the quilting machine, so it's just like a squiggly line. It's just done freehand. So yeah, you can see that there. So that's all stitched on my, not when I say freehand, it's done driving it on the long arm machine. And when you're making zippers on your have I wide other zippers? That is a really good question. I have no idea. About 1.5 inches, I think. It's in the binding, and they're all packed up there. Yeah, I think they're about 1.5 inches wide. So most of these zippers come in standard issue, so these ones are just a little bit wider. So you can get handbag zips and stuff like that. It's just, yeah. Zippers is a whole other world. So yeah, I could probably spend bloody hours talking about zippers and trying to find the right ones. It is taking me, and I won't, I'm sorry, but I don't share where I get my supplies from or anything like that, because it's taking me years to find them. And I had to get a little bit selfish with how much I divulge in the way of information and stuff like that, because people were starting to take advantage of that. So I decided a couple of years ago that I don't share that information anymore. You can ask me, but I'm not going to answer that question, where to get them from and all the rest of it. I've had to work really hard to find where to get them from, and it's been a lot of trial and error. And I know that sounds like I'm being very snooty, but it's very disheartening when you do this for a job and then someone either copies your design or then tries to blatantly undercut you, when you know that they're using inferior products and all that sort of stuff in the way of fabric and whatnot, but then trying to emulate what you have and passing it off as one of yours. So I've had a bit of that, and I had to get a bit selfish and whatnot. Hence why I have never released this pattern, because it's my bread and butter. I've got to feed my family and all that sort of stuff. So I had to make an executive decision on that. So yeah. Do you mainly stitch in hand, or do you use machine occasionally? For binding, I always stitch that by hand, but all my bags are made with machines. They're too thick I just end up damaging the tendons and muscles in my hands, and I wouldn't be doing it very, very long. So I mostly use a machine, but I do a lot of hand stitching as well, because I'm a cross stitcher. Do embroidery. I do English paper piecing. Ooh. I've been doing a little bit of slow stitching as well. So I have a couple of projects that I've been doing by hand that involve English paper piecing and then putting it together all by hand. But for the most part, I use my sewing machine to do everything, because it would take me forever and no one would pay the price for a bag if I did it by hand. But there are some parts of the bag that you have to do by hand. So in the case of the binding down around the side and across this, because the zipper's got a binding on it as well. I don't think you can see it there. You can just make it out. So it's got a binding that goes across and seals everything in. I've done all that. I sewed it on by machine first to attach the raw edges to the raw edges, and then I hand sewed the folded edges down to give it a nice neat look. I don't think you can really see it on the zip, but you can see there that that's just rolled over, and then it's hand stitched down on the back. And yeah, so it makes it look a little bit more professional. These aren't the only bags I make. I make lots of handbags and all that sort of stuff. And on my Patreon on the craft channel, I do a bag a month. Although I did not do one in July, and the August one will be coming this week. So I skipped July because I was going to be away, and I just ran out of time. I don't know what happened in the end of July, but I just ran out of time across the board and couldn't get everything out. So yeah. And I got a little bit more into my book as well. I think I'm at about 30 or 40% now. Let me just check. Oh, sorry, over that. I'm at 51%. So I'm officially halfway through. And this one is it started in 2019, and we've just gone into lockdown in COVID, and she's dealing with the death of her mother and all that sort of stuff. I have no problem. I know a lot of people have a problem reading about the pandemic and stuff like that. For whatever reason, it was traumatic for them and whatnot. I, however, do not have a problem reading about the pandemic. So it does not mention that in the synopsis, because I went and checked. So I will definitely make sure that I mention that in my review, because I know that there's some people that don't like to read about the pandemic because it's been traumatic for them. But I like the fact that in this one, she's dealing with the death of her mother, and she's gone back home, and she has a group of women there that are they pray together and all that sort of stuff. But that's not what it's about. Like, they're just friends, but they have a strong faith base, and they're there for one another. And she's really struggling with her marriage that's breaking down, and because her husband is a narcissist, for lack of a better term. So yeah, so not a great person, her husband. So yeah. I can only imagine what price the bags would be if you hand stitch them all. Yeah, I mean, these aren't cheap to anyway. Like this bag here, it takes me a couple of days to make them, so like they're priced accordingly. And this one's $140, and the bigger one's $180. But before you go, holy shit, that's a lot of money. I've just spent 2 hours doing hand sewing on it. I've spent a couple of days putting it together. I've also quilted it as well. And the fabric that I use is always of like high quality. It's got a lot of interfacings and stuff to hold its form and whatnot. So that all adds up. And yeah, so $140 is actually on the cheap side. I've seen other people that make handbags that start at $200. So yeah. And the large one, as I said, is $180. So yeah. Crafting is weird with the sabotage, where they don't think they are stealing because it's a craft. I know. Yeah. I have no problem with people buying the pattern and making it and all the rest of it. But actually, like, I've had people, I also hand dye cross stitch fabric, and I've had people ask me for my recipes for my colors. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you that. I have spent hours and hours and hours of trial and error and money and all that sort of stuff to get those colors. I'm not sharing them. I'm sorry. You know, if you want to buy some of my fabric because you like the color so much, that is fine. If you want to go and try and replicate that yourself, that's fine too. You can do that. But I'm not going to give you the recipe. So, I had to draw a line. Like, I am someone that will give you a lot, and I'll give you a lot of me, and I'll give you a lot, and be quite generous and free and easy with information and stuff like that. But after I have been burnt so many times, I just had to draw a line in the sand, because it was not good for my mental health. And it was never going to be good for my mental health, and it was never going to be good for my business to keep being that way. So, yeah, I just had to get a bit selfish, and I know that some people don't really like that aspect, but I'm quite honest about it. I am selfish about it, and I'm not going to waver on it. So yeah. I remember there was an influencer who started to crochet and tried to figure out a pattern a small creator made, so he didn't have to buy it, like $5, not even private. Well, that's the same as this. Okay. So just to give you an idea, okay, this throwing threads everywhere. This bag here is the large one, okay? So this is the one I use for my patchworking one. It is 16 inches wide. It's 24 inches laying out flat. I'm pretty sure it's 24 inches. It's been a while since I've measured it. And basically, there you can actually make this. There is a pattern. It's $9 for the pattern. It's a step-by-step instructional video pattern. So the videos are on my channel. And basically, you can buy the pattern, which helps support my channel, and then you can actually make one yourself. And I take you through a 4-video step-by-step instruction from the beginning to the end of your bag. I'm with you every step of the way. And I only charge $9 for that. So to actually try to replicate a pattern of a small creator, and it's only $5, it's just ludicrous to me. Like, just like even the other day, I was making and Jean can attest to this, and so can Christina. You know, I was making a daisy crochet granny square, and it's of a creator here on YouTube. She's quite a large creator. I can't remember her actual figures or anything like that, but she's put time and effort into the videos and the pattern and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, it's $9 for the pattern. For me, it's $9. That's Australian. So for anybody else, it's whatever it is in your currency. So for this bag, it's probably, if you're in the US, it's probably like $6 or something. All right. So it was $9.63 for the pattern. And I'm like, why would you not just go and buy the pattern? And like, yes, you can learn how to make this off the video that she's got there. She takes you through step by step. But, you know, she's taken the time. Throw a little money. Like, I know that you might not be able to afford it, but, you know, even if it is, you know, once a month that you buy off an independent pattern maker or stuff like that. I do the same with books. Like, I've got a couple of indie authors that I absolutely love. Juliet Cross, Luann G. Smith is another one. I can get all their books on Kindle Unlimited and not have a problem read them. And I can also, with the Juliet Cross ones, I can actually get them, and also the Luann G. Smith, get them on Audible for free as well. It's part of the deal here. But I've still purchased their books because it supports them. If we don't support small creators, and I'm not saying that you should all go and buy this pattern. If you're not a sewer, you're not going to be interested in it. But I'm just like, my point is, if we don't support our indie authors and we don't support our indie pattern makers, we're going to end up having to pay like Vogue prices and all that sort of stuff for sewing patterns. And quite frankly, then some of the indie authors and also indie pattern makers put so much work into their patterns. I'm not even at the standard of some of them, but you know, you get the video instructions. I mean, it was one of my first patterns that I ever did. And, you know, like, I've learned a lot since then. And what I was looking everywhere for this before. I knew I had 4 of them. I just felt it in the bottom of the bag. But yeah, like, I still went, you know, I learned how to make that granny square online from her videos, and I still went and purchased the pattern. You know, I've been making that since last year, and I've been meaning to get the pattern for a couple of months, and I finally did it the other day. And there's a ton of other stuff that she has on there, and her patterns are beautifully written, and really well done and easy to understand and all that sort of stuff. And I just think, why would you try to copy someone's when it's a lousy $5? You probably pay more for your coffee than you would for that pattern. So we're still hating the husband. Oh yeah, he's a douche. Like, so basically what he has done is he's married her and they haven't been intimate and all that sort of stuff. And then, as I said in the last chatty bit, that he was like carrying on about, oh, you don't answer your phone and all that sort of stuff. He lied. He said that the boat had to get, like, they were living on a boat because it's on a river that they were on. And he said that the boat needed a part that was coming from Australia, and it was going to take months. So he had them living at a friend's place and all that sort of stuff. Turns out that he was just lying through his teeth, and he's still lying. I still don't like him. He's still in the picture. I still don't like him. I reckon she should kick him to the curb, and so do her friends. But, you know, in saying that, she's at a point in her life, I can sort of relate to it a little bit, because she's she's 50, and I think so she must be 49, 50, because she said he's about 12 years older. And she's not had a rough, but she's not had great relationships in the past. And she's sort of at that age where, you know, her daughter's gone off to school, she's a single mum and all that sort of stuff, and she's not feeling great about herself, and she's rushed into this marriage. And then she had a falling out with her mum, and subsequently she made good with her mum before her mum passed from COVID, but now she's at her mother's place, and she's really starting to rethink things and all that sort of stuff. And her daughter does not like her, and her friends do not like him, and her friends do not like him either. They think that she should just cut and run before, because they haven't been married for long, so before, like, alimony has to be involved and all that sort of stuff. But he seems to want her assets, but she's secured herself because her house that she owns is in a trust for her daughter, so he can't get access to it. So I think he's like a money grubber or something like that, and he's just constantly lying. Like, he's just a douche. And I'm like, I don't like the fact that the author has written this woman as a clueless woman, but I sort of get why she's like that, because her low self-esteem. She's sort of just, she's feeling low about herself, as we do when we get to that age. We're not as perky as we were when we were in our teens and in our 20s. You know, we don't turn heads as much as as we used to when we were younger and all that sort of stuff. Throw in menopause for good measure, and yeah, you got a party going on. So I sort of get where the author's coming from and how she's portraying her, because they're things that, like, if I was honest, I've gone through myself hitting that age and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, like, and also just about to become an empty nester, although she's going to be staying a little bit longer because she's struggling to find a place, which we all knew was going to happen. But yeah, like, I'm sort of relating to the story, but I'm really getting pissed off at this male character. Like, he's like really provoking some anger in me. So yeah. He was like actively telling his followers to try and do what he was doing to save some money, and denied he was doing anything wrong. Well, yeah, he was. Oh my God, we did not make it to sleep yet. Christina, I hope you get some sleep soon. I'm laughing with you, not at you. Didn't read my arc, but I did finish a volume of a manga. Nice. Volume 5, A Sign of Affection. Nice. Gave it 5 stars too. Nice. Your prices sound reasonable to me. I am not new to craft, and some of the project bags that are mass produced are in line with that. Yeah. It's so insane. Like, why are you putting so much effort into avoid supporting a creator? That's it. Like, I figured that's what you were saying on that. Like, yeah, like I mean, even if I didn't release another pattern, it wouldn't bother me, but I still support small creators. And like, as I said, with that granny square, you can learn that off the video that she done, which is what I did. And I thought, you know what? She's taught me something, and she's taught it really well. Why wouldn't I just go? Like, I may never even look at that pattern again. Why wouldn't I just go and buy it? And just support her and help her raise her family and stuff like that. And she's got some beautiful, like, I've got a ton of her stuff in, I'm just saying, I've got a ton of her stuff in my cart. Because I'm going into wearables, of making wearables and not just practical things. So yeah, so I like the way she lays out her patterns. She's easy to understand. She's got lots of videos on her channel and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like trying to think what her name is. I did have my Kindle here somewhere, but I don't know where I've put it. Sure, I had it. Oh, it's on charge over there. That's why I don't have it here. I'm just trying to think of her name. I'll bring it up on my phone. But I think she, like, there's a cardigan as well, and I've got that sitting in my cart. She was doing it as I think last year she was doing it as a stitch along. So yeah, Casey Days. What is her name? I'm just trying to think of her name. I got it off Etsy, and as I said, she's got some beautiful stuff in her. Let me just see what the name of her Etsy store is. Her name's Stephanie Jessica Lau, and it's All About Amy is what it's called, AMI. All About Amy. She is on Facebook, Twitter, obviously X now, Ravelry, Pinterest, Etsy, and Craftsy. And she's also on YouTube as well. And I mean, this is the blanket I'm talking about. It's absolutely stunning. I'm doing it a little bit different. Mine are a little bit smaller, but you can see here that the pattern is laid out beautifully. You can put it onto your Kindle. It's got step-by-step instructions with color photos, and it's got all the things that you would want in a pattern. Very close up, clear photos, exactly what you want. So yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you go and pay it? And as I said, it was $9.63 Australian. And that, so yeah, 100% agree. Buying from small creators makes me feel more connected to the community too. Yeah, that, and there's that as well. Like, you feel like you're helping support. And it's not even like small artists and stuff like that. I like to support them as well, because, you know, they're just trying to make a living and support their family. So yeah, I just got invited to go to a Jesus Beer Festival by my friends, so I'm going to head out in a bit. Nice. That sounds like a lot of fun. So hopefully you have a good time, and we'll see you again, and probably see you on Thursday if we don't see you before, Heather. Of course, we are back later tonight on YouTube as well, with more shenanigans from me and Coda, and Jess from This Kiwi will also be joining us as well. So that'll be a lot of fun. That's a pretty blanket. It is, and I've got my squares in. I'll show you. I've done some more squares. I ended up doing, I think I had 10 or something to do all up the other day on Thursday, and I've done 8. I've still got 2 more to do, but all my little squares are on the blocker, and I'm pretty happy. So it's going to look cute. I am not using the chunky wool that the pattern calls for. I'm just using an 8-ply, so it's going to be slightly smaller. It's just going to be a lap quilt. Instead of doing 42, I've got to do 62. I said 72 the other day, but it's actually 62. But I've, yeah, so I've got a couple more to do. I've just been doing 1 or 2 a night. And then I've to add the white ones to that. And yeah, so I've got a long way to go. There's only 15 here. So I've got a long way to go, but they're looking really good, and I've got the feel for it and all that sort of stuff. And I've done a little bit more on the virus shawl as well. I sort of just have that sitting in my bedroom, and at night I might just do a little bit of it, and then I'll put it down. And so that's going to take me a while, but I'm okay with that because I'm still getting used to doing the crochet and all that sort of stuff. And it was nice chatting with you too, Heather. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you again next time as well. Have a great time out with your friends, and yeah, and as I said, we'll be back later on tonight, Coda and I and Jess, so be sure to come and hang out with us and get some more reading done as well. I'm probably going to continue on with doing some arcs and all that sort of stuff, because I am also reading some of the arcs that I'm reading, including the one that I'm reading right now, is for Pick Pongathon. So I'm definitely going to be reading more of that. And then once I get all those books done and the 2 behind me by Wednesday, I'll only have a couple left. So then I can get stuck into the 3rd book of Poppy Wars. And then I will get the 4th book, which is behind me, of Green Rider started as well. All right, so have a great time, and we'll see you next time. All right, let us bring up the nice and productive. Bring up the timer, and we're going to go for another hour sprint. Let me just check when I'm going to be. It's 5. Actually, I'm going to change that to 45 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll wrap up. Maybe, because I haven't seen anything from Laura yet, whether she is coming, sorry, they are coming on. Sorry, Laura, for that. Because Laura's pronouns are they, them. I'm old and I always forget, and I do, it's not an excuse. I do try. So I do apologize for that. So yeah. But I picked myself up on it that time. Normally I don't. And I can't see anything from Laura, or whether she is, I did again, whether they are on line. No, it doesn't look like they're online at the moment. So I will just have to wait. So I'm going to do a 45-minute. We'll come back and chat. I'll send a message and see if Laura is going to be getting on or not. So I may end up doing 1 or 2 more sprints yet. So, but I'm going to say that this may be the last one for now. All right, let me get that started. Jamie is also going to head off. I'm dozing off and my eyes are getting tired of reading off a screen. So I'm heading to bed. See everybody in whatever sprints I wake up after a 7 to 8 hour nap. Awesome. And my squares are looking fabulous. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's get this sprint started, and I'll see you in, let me just change it, 45 minutes. And then we'll be doing a little bit up. And hopefully we will have heard from Laura, and yeah, we'll know what is going on. All right, happy reading, everybody, and see you soon. Oh, hello. Whoops, sorry. Let me just go back there. Hit the wrong one then. Hello, we are back, and that was our final sprint. Heard from Laura, so we're all heading over to Laura's channel next. There is a link pinned at the top of the comments, so that will take you straight over. I'm going to go and have some dinner and all that sort of stuff, and I think I'm just going to go to bed early because 3.5 hours sleep, it's not really working for me right now. So yeah, but my book. Oh my lord, there is a lot happening in this book. We've got narcissistic husbands coming out of the woodwork in this thing, and it just sort of highlights their, like, when we were going through the pandemic and all the rest of it, it really did highlight some of the situations that were exacerbated, for lack of a better term. And this is sort of one of those stories where people, like, these men are just douches. One woman has found out that her husband, like, she's had a sneaking suspicion that her husband's been up to no good. But it's also a timely reminder that you really should have your name on things and all this sort of stuff, because one woman has found out that her husband has actually in a relationship with a younger woman, and they're about to have their second child, and he just sold their condo from underneath her, and because he never put her name on it for tax reasons, he told her, and she blindly believed him. I'm really frustrated with this book because it's really painting women in a really idiotic way, like that they don't have their own mind and they can't make their own decisions and they walk into these things blindly. But on the other hand, I'm like, there are so many women that are like that do not think twice about it and take everything at face value. So yeah, I'm frustrated, but I can also see what the author's doing as well, and I still don't like the husband. So yeah, he's just, yeah, he's been busted too with another woman as well, and the stupid thing was that he said that he was in Vietnam, okay, during the pandemic. He was in Vietnam, and that he was trying to get PPE stuff to fly back into the country because he's that important. And this is what's going to, because you're that important. And then he said he was going to get a flight back to the United States because he knew a congressman that could pull some strings and get him back. And then she sent him a text message, and basically he sent a reply back to her, and said that the congressman had organized the flight and he'd be back soon, and she bumped straight into him while she was reading the text, and it was like, and he was with another woman, and he said it was her sister, and it was not his sister. Like, just lies, just flat out lies. I'm like, it's definitely got that small town vibe, and like Virgin River vibes, sort of thing, and Sullivan's Crossing vibe to it. So I'm enjoying it in that aspect, that because I don't mind that small town Virgin River vibe. I absolutely love and adore that series. So I'm sort of enjoying that. But the male characters in this, oh my lord, they are douche canoes for sure. And but I'm also liking the aspect that the women that she is surrounded with are trying to help her to heal, and they're not trying to outdo each other. They're actually trying to heal each other and all that sort of stuff. So I'm enjoying that aspect. I just don't like the douche canoes that are in it and whatnot. So yeah, anyway, let us have a look where we're up to. My squares are looking fabulous. Glenda has said good night to everybody that went off. Luna is back. My feet swelled up real bad, and then I had some visitors. Nice. That you had visitors, not nice that you have swollen feet. That must be so sucky, because that'll be affecting the way you walk and all that sort of stuff. So here's the link for Laura's channel. You can head on over there. They'll be starting in a couple of minutes. And Rhea was just asking, was popping in to say hi and asking when they finished. And so this is the rundown. Sprints for Arc August officially finish at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which I think is 7 p.m. Eastern. But before that, we'll be back here sprinting on this channel. So I'll see you in a little over 15 hours. And basically, the play-by-play is heading to Laura's channel next. Then it'll be onto Vanessa's, and then finally onto Coda's channel. Then back here tomorrow morning. Which, as I said, is 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Chris says, thank you very much for the sprints, and I thank you, Chris, for being here. And Atia finished another volume of manga, Sweat and Soap. Sweat, and Soap, volume 1, 5 stars again, nice. Dee Dee popped in and said, hey, how are you going? Did you get any sleep at all? Hopefully you got some sleep. Oh yeah, Prince of Egypt, whoever that was. I do not know what you're talking about there. Rare, but yeah. All right, so we have exactly 1 minute to go. So I am going to end the sprints. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that has joined us today, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to go off and have some dinner. Chances are, as soon as I eat dinner, I'm going to get super sleepy because I'm quite sleepy right now. So I'm probably not going to see you until Coda sprints. I'll probably go to bed early, get up early, and go and hang out with Coda a bit, and then we'll be back over here anyway. So I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's joined today. If you haven't yet subscribed and you've been lurking in the background, please make sure that you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't subscribed to any of the other co-hosts, all their links are up down below, so you can go and check them all out. But for now, the pinned comment will take you over to Laura's channel. Have a great time sprinting over there, and I hope you get lots of reading done. And as always, keep turning those pages, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.